End of line.
Ideally, I actually get the deck talk going before the stream starts, but this was a very, very last minute setup. So anyway, all right. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits, and Vontrez, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm not sure if those are all from yesterday or not. It looks like they probably were, but I'm just getting them out of the way because I see them in the queue. Hi. Okay. Why did I get a notification? That's fine, whatever. Okay. Today, we are continuing what we were working on yesterday. 240K starting to itch. I don't know. It's impossible. Oh.
You don't need to thank Bugger. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I don't know, Wesley. At one point, I actually almost had an idea, and then I lost it. I don't know. It doesn't matter because it just. Ugh. Anyway, boom. Look at it. It's the greatest thing that mankind has ever devised. It's a CD robot. I mean, yeah, medications are cool. You know, large scale farming, but like CD robot. Just saying. So today we're going to be working on my software for ripping CDs and etc. I did implement a couple more features last night. Some good stuff's working. Other stuff is still a pain in the butt. We're gonna try and figure out some things. We might pull some things together. We'll see how it goes, okay? Because there is still a bunch to work on. And actually, Lena Heim here in chat was attempting to run the software on their computer, and it looks like it's mostly kind of working, which I believe is, excuse me, I believe they are the first person who is not me to run the web fork. So just web branch, I should say. So throwing that out there. Yeah, that very much is not meant to be like used yet. So there were a lot of like simple things that I hadn't tested yet. Yeah, I wouldn't have recommended you try it yet, Lena, but just, well, there we go. It did get me some data on some issues. So, but yeah, I did do a full setup of the entire suite for how to use it this morning in a fresh install VM. So now it will warn you when it tries to import every Python module one at a time. Every single first import in the program has a try except wrapping it so that when each one fails, it will tell you exactly what you need to do, as well as the prerequisites for something like PyCDIO, which needs a bunch of system utilities installed. So, yeah. So, did you read in negative time? I'm not sure what you're talking about. That I don't know that will ever be added to this project because that's like a whole other kind of problem. And as we saw, some drives will just fall on their face. So, at the very least, there will be a opt-in option that you would enable that because you would have tested your drive as already being capable of it. Anyway, The next major thing that the software does not check is whether or not you have all of the necessary system utilities installed. So if you say try to run bchunk and you don't have bchunk installed, it's just going to die. I might have it try and use an OS run to wrap a witch call to the commands and then use the response code for that to see if they're installed. But we'll see. I have an idea of what I want to try now because Lenaheim tried to do something that me as a Linux user didn't do, and I figure I should probably fix it finally. So today we're going to do the worst possible job for any software developer, and I'm wondering if you guys can guess what it is without me saying more than that. So... not looking forward to it, but all right. Packaging. Okay, packaging's pretty bad. Documentation's fine. No, documentation is that bad. Man, you guys hate documentation. Jeez, it's really not that bad. Porting to Windows, that's just impossible on this. Debug without a debugger or print statements. Well, I mean, if you can't use print statements, then you just shouldn't use that programming language. Marketing. Okay. Apparently you guys aren't going to get it. Supporting spaces in file names. That's easy. It is not easy. Why would that be a problem? Because I'm not working in Python exclusively. It does a lot of system calls. That's below Unicode. Oh, you guys are naive. All right. Let's try and figure this out. Let's see if we can do it. Use the right system call functions. Again, that's not how it works. Okay, really quick here. Let me give you. Apparently you guys have just literally never done like bash scripting, some of you. And you don't understand what possible pains there are. Not every program supports having cleanly wrapped arguments with like quotes and stuff. I'm just saying. It's all right. Rather than argue about that, let me demonstrate a thing. Okay. I'm going to restart the program really quick. Boop. Okay. So let's go back. All right. First off, I am going to go delete Paris here. We're going to re-rip the Paris accordions program software media CD. And we are going to see what this does. So, first off, there's this new thing here. Look at that. We got gray squares. Woo, exciting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rip a disk as Paris. Paris. Okay, we're not putting spaces in the file names yet because I don't want to make myself cry. And we're going to start the rip. And what you're going to see is over here, boom, RoboRacer is initializing now. It is working through loading the disk, which it just automatically did. And now it's beginning the ripping process. Now, while that's going, let's go back over here and let's find... Didn't I have a 5 1/4 inch floppy? Where did I put that? I think I put it away or something. Fine, we'll do a 3 1/2. Okay. Let's say we're going to rip a floppy, and it's going to be in drive A. This will be floppy A, okay? Grab that, stick that in there. Okay, start rip. You'll note I haven't done anything yet. All right. It's going to look through. It's going to track the stuff. Is it... What's it doing? I haven't actually tested this on this computer yet, so it might make a liar out of me. Oh, gosh, why? Why is this being such a pain in the butt? It only just now started ripping the CD, too. Whoa, what? Okay, something funny is going on. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I don't think I have the Grease Weasel controller enabled on this system. Okay. Fine, I will enable that, and then we can make this work. So there are controllers that you can define now, and I have one for the RoboRacer LS, but I don't have one for the Grease Weasel. I did implement this last night, though, so we can look at this here. Bingo. I'm just going to grab that ID because I'm lazy. I'm going to go to my settings file, but there are too many things open, so I need to close these so that I can find it. There it is. Okay, we're going to name it that. ID is going to be GW1, and then these have this and that's all I need. So once this finishes ripping the other CD, which it is working on still, I'll restart the program so it can load the thing that I just fixed. I've started setting this up on my CD Robots Orange Pi soon. I mean, today I should get the other one. I don't know if the command set's going to be the same as yours, because apparently the Alaritech stuff is custom, but we'll see. It is at least not too dissimilar, and we can modify the commands for the Alaritech to support yours as well. So we can stop talking about strings and commands now, just for the record. Okay. So Lena Heim, in your message on Discord, it will always throw data handler not found because it checks for data handlers that have not parsed that data. By the way, it is queued for removal and now idle because it just finished ripping the disk and ejected it. So those errors are expected. They should be there because the data handlers, so let's say for floppy, just as an example, it outputs the flux data. There are 2 data handlers for flux, but it can only run one at a time. So the way that it works is it runs through all of the data objects that are associated with a media sample, and it looks for data handlers for them. It will get to the binary data handler that creates a binary file from the flux data. It will run that, go output the data, it will add the new data object. Then it will restart the data handling again. It will go through, it will find for the flux data handler again, the HXC image handler that can take the flux data and then output a PNG that would be view in HXC of what the flux tracks look for. The third time around, it's going to go through the flux data handler. It's going to check that the binary and HXC image generators have both worked on the flux handler, and then it will report no flux handlers found. So that's intentional. Okay, now let's rip a floppy. So floppy A, blah, 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 start rip. Boom. Okay, this will probably work now. Yes, there we go. Okay, so floppy A is now blinking red. Please load floppy A into A. So it is telling me load the media that I'm telling it into the drive. So I'm just going to put this into the floppy drive down here. But it still does nothing because there's no good way to detect this. What I have to do is click this. It acknowledges that a new action has happened, and it's now going to begin the rip over here. Boom. There we go. So there's now a flow control. Oh, I was wondering, this does happen. Okay. So, updating drive status. Command failed. Seek track 0 not found. Well, okay, that's fair. That's a reason why it would go idle. I don't know why it failed, but we'll just pretend that that wasn't a problem right now. That's how it works, the software now. So that was what I worked on last night, getting this drive controller thing running, because that was important for floppies to be usable through the web interface. So every time you have to load in a disk, you do have to click the button to tell it that it is loaded, but there is no other way of handling that, as far as I'm aware, without spinning the drive. So, all right. Okay. Let's see what we can do now for some other stuff. I'm gonna guess, let's just, for you know, giggles here, just check GW clean drive A. It's not even trying to access the drive, so there is a grease weasel fail somewhere here. Reset. I may not have it plugged in. You know what? Info? No, it's there. V4. Oh. How about I turn on the drives? Okay, there we go. That would help. All right. Actually, I need that window back here. What did I just copy? 10 or more files to PyDiscRip? There's a command to just quick copy between these? I didn't know that was a thing. That's kind of cool. Okay, well, let's get rid of that because I don't want that over there. Alrighty. Try to make their own floppy disk from scratch. I'm gonna guess it didn't work out super well. Okay. Let's try and figure out spaces and file names now. This is gonna suck. All right. So, here is how I'm gonna handle this. Basically gonna close everything that I have open. Yeah, I never use system, so you don't have to worry about that. I only use subprocess. Also, I swear, you guys are missing the forest for the trees. I could be doing this in Bash, and I would say it's just as hard. Okay. All right. Because you all are so offended by whatever shell equals true is, I will try removing it. Good news, I've already wrapped every single call to the system in a single function, so I can change this in one place. But I would like to know what shell equals true is and to understand it. Oh, well, that would be why. Because I'm going to have to redo every single thing in the whole program now.
Swarm of Dead Insects gifted a Tier 1 S sub to Trap Exit. They have given 14 gift subs in the channel. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the gifted sub there. Okay. Let's first off be smart. Let's find every single instance of an OS run here so that we know what all we need to change. Because these are littered everywhere. So we're gonna get stack equals that. And then we are going to self.log. And then we're going to just be lazy, and I'm just going to copy this from somewhere else. Boop. All right. Stack. When logs are generated, they are automatically prefixed with a timestamp, so I don't have to worry about that. So, yay. Just in case this is wonky, let's just do this. All right, let's do a rip. No, not GW info. Good try, though. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to delete Paris and re-rip that again. Paris and Paris. So we need to do an audio CD, a data CD, and a floppy to really fairly test all of this. Okay, what do you mean emergency stop, error loading, Robo Racer? Why? Should I do this for data general meter? It's just an 8-inch floppy, yes. Zoom today duplicator support needs to be added. I don't know about that. It's very GUI driven. Why did Robo Runner die? Eraser. That worked. Okay, that's all fine. It moved. it's initializing perfectly fine. Let's do mode paranoia 1. CD, yeah, that should all be good. Start rip. All right. Why? Ugh. There's no way for me to know what the background noise is. I hear all sorts of noise. The answer is yes, it's loud in here. Okay, just for stupidity's sake. Why? Why does this make it fail? Alright, fine. We'll just go through every single program file and just search for OS run. Whatever. Alright, how do you boring people run this? Okay, so it's command and then arguments split. Okay. So command should be passed as a list, which is fine. We can kill this. We don't need to re-rip that. Okay, so I get rid of this, and then I'm just gonna watch for the fails. Okay, we're just going through these one at a time. OS run. Nothing. OS run. Nothing. OS run. Nothing. OS run. Okay, so that's why this one failed. All right. So this will be list, eject, that, drive. Okay. This will be that, but there's a funny little T guy in there first. Okay. And then we have, we'll just start with this one. Do that, get rid of that. Okay. Go to this. There's nothing in there. Wait. This isn't necessary? I thought you needed this. Huh, cool. Okay. OS run. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. No more OS runs. Next one. Okay. OS, nope. OS run. OS ruin. That's not that one. That would be a fun one, though. Okay, why am I not copy pasting this? Copy. Okay, nothing there. This one definitely has one. Okay. Equals. This one's like impossible to exec, blah, blah, blah. This program, It never wants to work correctly. It's super annoying. You have to, like, bury it in a path. Well, it... Let me rephrase this. HXCFE is dynamically linked to a fixed path for its main library file. And it makes it really annoying to try and run like this. Import traceback when you try to use it in OS run. You and your being smart. No, Ben, it's not possible. Don't even attempt. Okay. OS run. I really don't feel like this is that bad, so I don't know what on earth you would gain from trying to change this out. And by that, I mean paths being just F-strings. Like, aren't F-strings kind of awesome? Like, I literally don't know how it could get more optimal than that. It's 5 extra characters for that whole thing. Works everywhere safely. Well, it's never going to work on Windows. I've basically got to the point where I give up. Windows support, not going to happen. So, I don't have to worry about that. It's too system level getting its hooks in to be able to support everything. So, I yield on attempting to support anything more. Absolutely can, but for boring software development reasons, you should. I don't accept bureaucracy as an answer. Well, I wanted this to be multi-platform, but there's no reasonable way to do half the stuff on here multi-platform. So, like, tell me how I can detect if a CD has been inserted in Windows. Tell me how I can determine if a CD is a CD or a DVD in Windows. There's so many pain-in-the-butt things that are device level here. So it's just, it is way more difficult. Tried Proxmox. I almost know what that is. I don't, but I almost know. So no. Is that a Docker thing? Maybe? That's my guess. It's a Docker thing. The answer is no. It's a hypervisor, mostly VMs. We can do Docker. Yeah, no. Almost know what it is, yeah. It's a hypervisor. Okay, so that sounds like middle management for software. Got it. I'm good. I don't need to learn anything about that. Oh, man, that one was awful. Now the next one here. Yeah, I barely ever run VMs, so that's not a necessary tool for me. I don't have to run VMs because I just use Linux. Problem solved. Oh my gosh, there's so many OS run commands in here. Jeez. Okay, OS run. This one's gonna be easy enough though. The F does not go inside the F string. I'm saying trap exit. I am being sarcastic in this. Okay, there are definitely legitimate use cases for VMs, and I'm just being facetious here. Because I run Linux, though, most of the things that people would be like, I gotta run this in a VM because it's Linux, I just run on my system because like I don't need to. I'm already running Linux. So I am serious in that my running Linux means that I don't have to do a bunch of things in VMs because I just run Linux. But yes, there are obviously legitimate use cases. Like I opened the stream with saying, I used a VM today to test an initial bring up of this software on a computer. Similar arguments to using VMs? No, those are dumb. They're awful. I hate them. The only acceptable use case for one of those is for pretending that the Debian maintainers didn't destroy pip. Is that all the OS runs? That one's that one. That's a list. That's a list. Okay. See, Majenko gets it. I feel like Majenko's being sarcastic, but I'm gonna, you know, I would actually prefer it if not. So I'm just gonna, you know, go la 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 and say he is. Oh my gosh, look at this nightmare. Ah, stupid DD rescue. You're being serious? Well, okay then. Awesome. I want all the junk installed. My stuff's too weird. I don't want to deal with it. Speaking of not wanting to deal with it. I don't want to deal with this. My problem is that there are all sorts of legitimate use cases for VMs. I do not fall into any of them. And everyone who does have them wants them to be the universal solution that everyone accepts. It's the exact same annoyance as people evangelizing Linux where it doesn't belong. That is my biggest criticism with it. Like, I don't need them. I just straight up don't. And every time someone suggests it, it's just annoying because I genuinely don't need them. I don't run enough weird Python stuff to benefit from having it all containerized. So every time I hear VMs, it's just in the context of you should use this, and then it's annoying because I shouldn't use it. Well, how do I handle a pipe now? I think the answer is I just kill pipe and I don't use it. But I would like to know how I could do a pipe.
Oraku says CHEER 100. Yes, I don't need a toaster that runs Linux. Dumb idiots. Everyone know that BSD is what you run on a toaster. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. The sub-process pipe, I don't even want to know. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Majenko, I still desperately want to do that on a laptop that has an iGPU and a DGPU. use the iGPU for Linux, and then pass the dGPU through to a Windows VM. I still think that would be awesome, but I couldn't get it to work the last time I think I tried, or there's some other weird thing because they piped the video feed through the processor. I just feel like there's something there where it could be cool. Do I need it? No, Proton is good enough now, but I want it. I want to do it. Oh yeah, no, I'm using actual F strings here, Ben, not the like plus string concatenation. I don't know what you mean by my syntax highlighting sucks. Everything is uniquely highlighted. I mean, escaped characters aren't. That's one thing, but I don't know what else you want. It's either string text or not. Oh, it's illegible. Okay, never mind. You weren't criticizing the color patterns. You were saying, yeah, it's red on dark gray. You can't, if you, okay, that's very fair. Okay. I would change it, but this is my own custom color theme, and it's meant to be very, I'm trying to think of the best way of phrasing this. It's meant to be very obvious, and having the strings be red, access specifiers yellow, variables green, it's very like raw colors. So yeah, chroma subsampling is not helping either. That's for sure. I bet is really bad. But yeah. I would love to support it, but like I am the one doing the programming. If I were publishing this, I would take that into consideration definitely, but this is, yeah. I'll make the text a little bigger, except that doesn't actually apply to every one of these. I could change the default text size. I will do this. I will change the default text size. Editing. Appearance. Okay, editor font. I will bump it up to 13. There we go. No, because if you do that, Majenko and Kate, it will only do that to the window that you're, or the tab that you're working on. This will set it as the default to all of them now. So every time I open a new document, it'll do that. You can see that now? See, that's, yeah. This probably also gets it above the chroma subsample threshold so it doesn't destroy it. That's totally fine, Ben. Yeah. No, we're on the same page. Don't worry. Okay, that one's acceptable now. It becomes legible every keyframe. So I think this is the first data cycle where we will have actually not missed a day or like a bunch of days. So we are at 62 gigs out of 100 with the current settings. Unfortunately, it seems like every time I try to increase the video quality from the office, we just start to get dropouts. So I think we are now bandwidth restricted, not data cap restricted. So I couldn't attempt to multi-stream from the office, unfortunately. Because I was thinking maybe I could multi-stream from the office, now there's twice as much data, and then we could eliminate a re-encode and then the video feed might look better, but it seems like that's not in the cards. If my home internet wasn't so horrible, then the HX24, X264 might actually work. I suspect we have so many issues with H264 because my home internet drops out and pings or has delays and stuff constantly. I bet it just can't handle it. Why does a map file have a slash? Because there's a quote. Question. Should I be quoting within these or not? Because I feel like probably the answer is don't. Okay, cool. So I now need to go back through everything I've done already. Well, stay hydrated, I'm already quoting, and I've been leaving the quotes. So now I need to go remove the quotes. Control Z 100 times. I didn't just add them. They've been here the whole time because when it was a singular string, they were necessary. I would just like to point out, this is not simpler than what I was doing before. What I was doing before worked just fine. I'm almost regretting this. Because I do feel it would have been easier for me to just find the handful of cases where this explodes and then put quotes around the parameters and hope for the best. I'm not sure what you're saying, DZX. If there was Google Fiber here, I would just direct stream. There wouldn't be restreaming. It's more work to learn this. Well, it's not really learning. It's just to put it all in parameters as a list. I mean, I get it, but it's a lot of refactoring. Especially these stupid, dumb, awful DD rescue commands. Matter of fact, what's the difference here? No, there are. Is it just the R? Is that it? Is that the only difference? The R being capitalized? B2480, D, capital R for probably reverse or something, 3 for, you know, something. And then we got the exact same parameter. Yeah, okay, we're just copy and pasting this one, and then we're just gonna capitalize the R and hope for the best. This is the DD rescue command that like does a forward scan, a backward scan, and like one more forward scan for realsies or whatever. Can't you have a DD rescue template? I don't want to know. That was my point. If Google Fiber was coming soon, offer VM restream in my house instead of relying. Oh. It needs a lot more, like, grunt than you would think. It didn't work on a Linode. I mean, you probably have a system that can do it. I don't know. Yeah. By template, do you just mean one string that I change the stuff in? Probably. I don't want to think about it. It's too much nonsense. Okay, let's go back through everything else. CD. Are there any quotes? There's quotes. More quotes. Quotes found. Eliminating quotes. Quotes eliminated. Alrighty. That's not a command. This is a command. It doesn't have quotes. And that array, wait a minute, what now? One array, yes, and that array only that need, yeah, well, that would require me to know what the indexes are and then change stuff within the indexes. That's too much. I don't want to deal with it. I'd rather just have the 3 hard-coded. That's making it way more complicated. Where's the B chunk command? I know you're in here. Okay, so it's not thing. Don't need that. I'm not all the way up to Robo Racer, am I? That would make me sad. Okay, these ones are like directly done. There's nothing in this one, if I remember right. Nothing in here. Nothing in there. Okay, I'm just gonna go through these all, look for ones where there's green. Robo Racer is good. B chunk is good. Red, oh wait, green, hold on. This one might actually have some. I'm leaving these ones. So HXC has their weird parameter and then a quoted one. I'm not touching this. I'm leaving that. I don't care. This is such a nightmare to make work. I don't want to break it. All right, 7-zip, not quoted. Make sure that's the only one. It is. Control F, OS, run, nothing in there. Okay, I think.
AEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5 SIZHEER 100 times to do the traditional thing and sacrifice the go to the syntax gods. End of line.
Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, Chloe, I don't think I said it earlier. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. Let's test HXFCE invocation to the to-do list. Enjoy the mess. I'm surprised the parameters don't have to be given in a very specific order. Like, no offense to the developer, to be clear, it's just that implementation is a little raw. R and R, reverse and retries. The second command has both. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. You know what? Let me do the sensible thing. PyDiscRip. Let me just go look at the old code and make sure that I follow it correctly. This is DD Rescues. This will be DVD. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it should be NV and then D R3 and then D RAR, capital R R3. Okay, so it should be NV, check. DR3, check. DRR3V. Okay, that's now correct. Find out through practical tests later? All right. Wait, DD. Hey, look, I did it. Yay. So technically there is an ability to directly image a disk as well if you use a DD disk type. So say you have a SD card they're using with one of your old computers and you want to back that drive up really quick or maybe back it up and extract files. This could theoretically do it. So it's just, I don't utilize it a lot and it's kind of a pain in the butt because the user needs to have the disk group, which I'm sure some of you will not appreciate. Okay, it's just those. And I'm only logging the first one because, like, whatever. Okay, did we do CD? Looks like we did. Okay. Dummy will have this as well. So let's do this. I definitely don't want to get rid of this. It's too useful. But I kind of don't want to have to support it, but I have to. Why did I leave a space at the end? How about that one, Ben? That one's DD. Do I need the quotes around that? Because I feel like the answer is yes, I definitely do. I really feel like DD needs the quotes around that. User must be in correct group is tradition, Unix permission management. Nothing wrong with that. No. It's not about the person who sets this up needs to set it up so that they're in the group.
100 Shelby, you are now breathing manually. Carriage return. End of line.
Okay. Thank you for the 100 bits. Zapida. Zafida. You think no. No on DD. This is a reasonable one to test. We can do this. Because we'll see this is test as one parameter, take the equals off, get the correct file name from the rest. Okay. Well, we'll find out. Never seen the Corgo bits option either. All right. Any more OS runs in here? OS run. Okay. We already did DVD. You're saying something about permissions. I was saying for the DD disk. Okay. Basically, this program has it set up so that you can directly image a volume, a raw disk, okay? But raw disks, ls dev -l, are in blah, 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 the blah, blah, where is it? Blah, blah, disk group. Boom, this. In order to use the DD disk module, you must be in the disk group or run this as root or something. And essentially, if you're in the disk group, that means you can do dangerous things. That was all. Never heard of IBM typewriter clones before? Yeah, isn't it interesting? I found the one stupid comment where someone said, of course you would fall for a clone IBM Selectric, and then they said they downvoted. I found that hilarious because I explicitly sought out the clone Selectric. And I felt like that was blatantly clear in the video. I wasn't duped. Why'd we get a poll? Because a bunch of people typed 1 for some reason. There's a bot? No, so the polls that show up over there are part of the same web interface that runs the chat here. It's my own code that processes the chat. If people type the same thing 3 times in quick succession, it'll assume it's a poll. And then it will show it as a poll. There's limited time. Mods can run a command !poll and then add text to either set the title or extend the timer. So, yeah. That's what I thought you meant. That's pretty traditional. I can see why the disk group in particular might be a bit ickier to run normally. Yes, that's what I mean. Such a weird attempt to give someone flack. I know, right? This is used in Zork streams. It was used in the Zork streams, but it's also just there because it's fun. Unfortunately, oh, there we go. I can see it. Hello. Oh, okay. So we got a poll for hello. I'm going to guess 3 people came in, only said hello. And that was the last thing that showed up as similar to a poll. So 3 people came in, only said hello, and then never said anything else. That's what happened. That's kind of hilarious. Yeah, so that's the instant poll feature at work. It can be weird, I guess, then. Hello isn't enough. It might match case, but you added the exclamation point, which would break it no matter what. It may work with without cases matching, but your extra exclamation point would definitely not match. Supercharge the van. I don't think I want to see little bits of pistons shooting out of that thing, so I'm good. I don't think supercharging is the answer when it's at 288,000 miles. Deziak, the last thing you said was supercharge the van. Before you said supercharge the van again, it knows that it was you who said that, so it does not count you again for that. But you got Portizo and Nakalak to dogpile, so you got it through anyway. LS swap. Not gonna fit. There's a reason no one's done an actual LS, I'm gonna say, but you know what engine I mean, Pacifica swap yet. I do really like rich rebuilds, though. All right, OS run. OS run. Nothing a little bit of an angle grinder wouldn't fix. And a welder to move the steering column back and the seats back. Like V6, V8, like it's not no. And then also, good luck getting a transverse transmission on a V8. Unimportant details. Okay. All right. What's the command? Self-vert command form. Oh, gosh, that's right. Oh, this is the one that's going to suck the most. Okay. Ugh. Oh, that's awful, Deziak. And I know there are older ones, like the Tornado. I just didn't know there were any modern ones, because, like, modern cars are different. Okay. I don't think you guys understand how tight it is under the minivan. I can't change the spark plugs on the stock engine without removing the cowling. Okay? It is that tight from the factory with the stock engine. It would have to go through the firewall to fit. Not like it's gonna happen anyway, though. Okay. I don't know how to handle this one. That's weird, Ben. Because I know a New Edge Mustang, you literally pull out one metal strip and then the headlight just slides out the front. It's the easiest thing to change. Yeah, Matrox, that sounds a little more involved. Is this even valid? I'm not even sure. Runs a command. Okay. Convert data. Use a I think this is already bad. Sys exit 1 print closed until further notice. There, problem solved. Okay, next. Okay, that one's good. OS run. Nothing there. I have a feeling there's nothing in the web interface, but just to be sure. Nope, nothing there. And nothing there. In theory, the program has now been refactored to use the other one. So, let's see where it crashes. Yep, okay. In dummy, one of these was not closed. Command, that's fair. Okay. OS run was not closed in RoboRacer. That one. Let me make sure they're all like that, because, of course. Okay. Next. Okay, it ran. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it works. We'll re-rip Paris, because that seems to go relatively fast. Make sure that it works with all the stuff. Where's the disk? Is it in the drive? Why is it in the drive? Yeah. Okay. One level, paranoia, Paris, and start rip. Okay. And for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I'll let that thing steal the show for a moment. Oh yeah, look at it. It's the greatest thing ever. Okay. Yeah, Robert, that would be why. Yep. You got it. All right. So down here, it has started the rip. So that'll go. We'll be able to track what it does in here. Ah. You gonna start ripping it here, or what are you doing? Sessions found 1. Okay. Oh, it's attempting a Music Brains query, and that's failing. This took a while last time, didn't it, for some reason? Is it waiting to figure out what the disk type is? No, it figured that out. What was the device? So this is, oh, we got our first error. That is a Robo Racer LS, which is a CD changing robot. And it's going to allow me to automatically rip many, many disks at once. Okay, so something about the CDR DAO command. Let's see. Output, text, self-log, command. Oh, well, that's fair. Okay, how do I make Python list to string? Is it just string? Oh, join. Okay. I can do that. I don't remember all the places where commands are logged. Maybe I just delete them and then log commands normal with the OS run thing. I think I do that. So let's do handler. And then under OS run, I'm just going to do join this, that. We'll do this, that, and then we'll do that, that. Boom. All right. So now we're going to go through and every single time it chokes and dies on logging a command, I have to go delete that because we're just going to log every command. Nope, that's the one we actually want to run. I want to kill the log. That's it. All right. I can't remember. Did bchunk log its command? Log. No. Okay. I swear at least one other did, but I don't know. So, is it DD rescue? Log. No? Alright, well, we'll just run and hope for the best. Okay. I need that disk back. And it hasn't stopped choking on disks. Again, it was because I interrupted it. It will do whatever I tell it to, and if I tell it to stick multiple disks in the drive, it will do it. So it's entirely on me. The hardware itself has no flaws like that. Alright. Do one more attempt at Paris here. Boom. Watch the status in the bottom. It is initializing. And it has loaded the disk. Look for errors. Found it is a CD. Yeah, we're doing a test. So I was logging commands in some points, and now they're lists, and the command log thing doesn't like it when they're lists, so it dies. I should probably just make the log command support lists, but that's a different problem. I do need to make it support byte strings, because some of these things output really stupid stuff, and it's very annoying. It's like, we look at the CD info log, that's wrong. What? So, smarty pants people, why did that not work? Oh wait, no, never mind. What on, oh, that's the command name. Never mind. Anyway, so this outputs a byte array. And I don't know why, but not everything does. So like this one, not a byte array. So I'm gonna have to make it look if it's a byte array or not, and then convert that into a string. So maybe having it decode a list into, you know, the string or whatever wouldn't be the worst thing. Do I need to put a space in that to not have the things joined together. So this is the command log that I just modified. But do I need to put a space here? Is that how that works? Okay, well, we'll save that. It's not worth trying to rerun this for. Okay. We can do a grease weasel rip. We can actually do that right now. So here, I'll just start a grease weasel rip. And this time it'll actually work with me showing you how it'll ask me for the floppy. So we're going to say grease weasel A, floppy, CMD, boom, okay, start rip. In this window, boom, it's asking me put the floppy into there. I just put it in, so I'll click. And it will now acknowledge that I have clicked in a second. Boom, it's ripping Flux at the exact same time it's ripping the CD. So we can see both of these are ripping right now. Dude, I love this, having the status board now. This is awesome. So we'll make sure this all works cleanly, and then I think we'll be able to say, oh, we need to run a couple of other CD types, actually. Let me grab Lego Racer, because that'll be pure data. It's yellow over here because it's ejecting it. Booyah. Okay. Adding ISO 9660, and we'll add a DVD as well. That way the DD Rescue one can go. So let's queue up Lego CMD. I'm calling it CMD because we've ripped all of these already, and I'm just using this as a way of stating that it's different. Group CD DVD, yes. Wait, optical robo race. Oh, that's the name of the drive. Okay, we want group. Doesn't actually matter. Lego Racer has incredible menu music. Okay, let's start Lego. It's chucking the disc in there just for the record. Look at it, it's beautiful. That's how it should be. Godfather. So I'm just adding the Godfather DVD as well. All right. Okay. The next thing I need to add is a queue that shows what hasn't been ripped that it knows about. So that's coming. Personally, I would have used different color scheme for the statuses, but that's me. Green available, yellow ripping, red action needed, gray missing. Gray missing? I don't know what you mean by missing. Disc was apparently unformatted, that's fine. So, it's meant to be, I don't know. I get where you're coming from, Portizo, but that's just not how I think about it. I think of it as like operating correctly. That's how I think about it. So basically, you just want to swap gray and green, essentially. And then eliminate the intermediary steps. Conversion no worky on what? HXC failed. Okay, that's good to know. So why didn't we get a log for the command? Because this is not HXC. Hold on. Also, it just chucked out Lego Racer, and now it's going to load in Godfather. Puh. Do it. Puh. There we go. It's the best thing ever. I love it. Okay. I did leave HXC in the quotes. I want to see what it says, though. Let's, where was it? Floppy, CMD, log. So the command is that. Okay. Wait, why did that log all nice and clean like? And then CD info didn't. I wonder if I did like a pretty print or something in that. I don't even know. I don't want to know. Okay, HXCS out, can't open file. Okay, I'm going to guess you're right, and it is the The quotes, I am nervous though. I feel like it's going to break, but we'll remove those and try it again after it rips the DVD. String command? Maybe. We can look. HXC image. What does it do? Yep, I did string command. Okay. I should just stick that in the actual log command. Let's just do that. So log. Okay. So if it's not JSON output, then we'll string that. But I also want Python test if byte array. I don't know. Do I really have to do a decode? Is instance byte. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Okay. Is instance text this if that else decode UTF-8. Okay. You only do decode if you know what it is supposed to be decoding. I'm just going to assume it's UTF-8 and hope for the best. Where everything is object and types don't matter. That feels more like JavaScript. Dictionaries don't exist, but we'll just dynamically make objects with those fields. Why not? I think that's correct. We'll just continue to hope for the best. Okay, so it should be ripping DVD. Whoa. What's that? The software is not yet distinguished between ISO96. Okay, data file binary. Rip DVD errored. Okay. Something or another here. You know, maybe, perhaps slightly, just copy pasting this was not the best idea because, you know, the variables that are in there probably different. But on the other hand, what if the only difference is that this has ISO in it? Was it media sample drive? Media sample drive. Yeah. So that'll work. That's guaranteed better fixed functional. Okay. Was there something else I was gonna fix? I don't remember. What broke? So HXC image didn't work. We can test that. HXC image. Let's get rid of the quotes. Okay. All right. So everything that broke, it ripped the Lego Racer fine. Did it decode the ISO 9660? Let's double check that. It didn't even output the ISO 9660. What? Why did it put that in the wave? That's wrong. Okay. So bin Q. P chunk. Okay, bin Q goes to track. Data dir is the wave. Data wave. Yeah. And then it's supposed to move the ISO 9660. OS rename. So why did that not work? I don't know what happened there.
That is X has been their Q that CHEER 101. End of line.
Thank you for the 101. A swarm. I didn't see the error for Lego Racer, but did it? Where did it happen? Well, the history's gone, so I don't think I can tell. Optical eject. Okay, convert bin queue to wave. Conversion no worky. Okay. Why? Let's look at the log. B-chunk. That's the command. And that's broken, but that's fine, whatever. So I didn't actually log the B-chunk command. I think we need to do that. So bin queue. We're gonna go over to CD and we're gonna steal this. And we're gonna go back to bin queue. So we do the bchunk command somewhere around here. Wait, it is logged. That's not good. How did it die that bad? Why did that not work at all, actually? That's a better question, because it did extract the ISO, just put it in the wrong spot. Where's result coming from? So it... From right there, of course. Why would it not be? Why? I'm sure that problem will sort itself out. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so we fixed the DVD one. We fixed the HXC image one. And then, okay, so let's rerun all those tests. Yay! All right, hold on. I'm just re-queuing the sample disks here. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do Paris, Lego Racer, Godfather. That'll be audio, data, DVD. And then we'll also do the floppy. Alright, do I need to save any of this? Can I just wipe this folder out? Because this gets, like, huge. We're up to 33 gigs here. This is just test data. Fallout floppy. I don't think there's anything here I need. Yeah, I'm just going to delete it all. Okay. Boom. Okay. Starting fresh. Take 38. Rip. Okay. Paris. Let's go no description. I think that's possible, but I've never tried it. You'll note I have not been brave enough to try putting spaces in the file names yet. Paris. Lego. Alright, it accepted it. I think it'll be good. Okay, Lego. Godfather. I am mildly nervous. You may notice that I wait a little bit on here. If you submit these so quickly, like between the check times where it watches the folder, they could be done out of order, and I'm a little nervous about that. I don't have to worry about this for the floppy, because that is a different drive, so the order there isn't going to matter. But it's going to ask me to input the floppy here in a moment. Eventually. That's right, it takes a while for some reason. I don't know why. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, let's look at what we got in the output. So we got Paris, log. That's all stuff. Let's look at the CD info log. This is, yep, the command is logged correctly. Now, CDR DAO log. Looking good. I'm actually just going to close Kate because like every single file in the whole project's open right now and it's making it kind of a nightmare. Okay. I really don't know why it hasn't started the floppy. I feel like I missed an error. The floppy should have started already. Oh, I know why it takes a while. But this doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be taking this long. Something broke, I think. Oh, I screwed up. Let's do a second floppy, okay? And this one will actually make as a floppy for real, okay? So let's do that. And then I'm just gonna grab, let's say, Rampage World Tour, and I'm just gonna drop that in the CD thing, and that's gonna just pretend to be a floppy disk. Okay, floppy is now asking for a floppy, as it should. I'm gonna tell it there's one in there. Okay. So the floppy is ripping correctly. I'm going to do this view for a moment because we haven't actually caught an ejection yet today. Oh, it's going to be close to doing one here. All right. Just dumped a bunch of waves. Let's convert them all to flax. And booyah. And it lifts the tray back up. I love this thing. I need to learn how to control the ATEM from Python so I can hook it into this so it automatically changes the camera to that when it ejects a CD. So, Portizo, out of curiosity, since the drive had downtime there because it was going through the change process, don't you agree that that's a good time for it to be indicated as yellow? And then I feel like while it's doing its ripping, which it should do automatically, that should show status OK means green, because ideally while the software is running, if you're using something like this, it's just ripping constantly. So this is just an indication of stuff is going as it should. Okay, so it's going to do the binary for the floppy. That's what it's got going on here. And then it will do the HXC image. And we'll see if that works this time. What about people with red-green color blindness? They don't get to use the software. What? Best thing ever. I'm sorry, Ben. I don't know what a good solution is. Maybe I can have the borders change or something? I don't know. It is a CSS class. We can come up with something else. So these are set via class. Boom. Look at what the heck is that floppy disk? Oh, that must be my cursed floppy. I just laid a trap for myself. Oh my gosh. I was like, what nightmares is that from? But that's from up here. That's why it looks like that. So we got Lego. The Lego did output the track. It looks like it successfully extracted the files as well. Let's go take a look at that. ISO, there it is. There's our files. That worked perfectly fine. Okay. We're now ripping the DVD. That's looking good. The flashing is a good start? Yeah, so the flashing happens when you're using a drive that must be interacted with. I can, you know what, after this finishes, this queue, I'll demonstrate a non-robo changer drive, because the normal optical drives do something very similar to the floppy. It'll eject the tray, and then it will start flashing red at you to put the disk in, but then you can just close the tray, and it will automatically detect that the disk is in the tray afterwards. So it will clear the red status. So for Paris, we can see that we have the waves, and then we have the flax, and it's cutting it off because it's more than 12 of them, or 20 of them. It's actually 22 tracks, if I remember correctly. Maybe I could put a count here for like how many files there are, but I'm not sold on this being the final presentation format for this, because it really kind of sucks with these things, but I don't know. So color status thing, the trick is to only use color for status, adding an icon. Oh, it's to never only adding icon. Okay. Text on the line below. Yeah. So I've shown that it also will ask you to like insert a specific media format in here. I'm unsure. I'm waiting for the final UI layout to come to me. I'm going to hold on to doing any more stuff until that, but I would like this to present a little more information, tell you like what media sample is in that drive, for example. So there's probably going to be space for it to have more. So there could be like a, you know, a caution triangle or something, or like a spinning gear while it's yellow because it's doing something. You know, there's going to be visual options that I will go ahead and make monochromatic. To be clear, I'm definitely not the only one who designs UIs like this. This is very standard for this kind of stuff. So this is the ATEM control software. This is open source software, but it's the same concept, where we would operate things here and it would do stuff. But yeah, it's a pretty common thing that I use there. So we're currently ripping the DVD for The Godfather. That one has contrast ratio failure on the red button. Yes, yeah. So the white on red is definitely a terrible idea. Yeah. Have I seen the GPU box art book? No, but I feel like that can't exist. Because someone owns all the copyrights to those, and I feel like NVIDIA is not going to give out the copyrights to the 3DFX box art. Dude, I love that drive. It's so good, man. I'm nervous that the other robot's going to be way more of a pain in the butt to get working. We're definitely going to have to reverse engineer the command set for that one, I think. It's going to suck. I'm also not really a coffee table book kind of person. So, probably wouldn't really apply to me. I think I read something about new CSS feature the browser is starting to support natively now, which lets you say use either of these colors depending on which gives better contrast against the background or something along those lines. Ooh, that is kind of cool. If they're going to implement that, they should also just implement a native dark mode. They should allow you to flag like multiple different ones. Just have like CSS themes built in native. Already done. I mean, a lot of sites have the system preference. Yeah, there's the media selector. I would guess I was thinking, like, what if you prefer hot dog stand? Like that kind of thing. Like, it should be, I guess, yeah, fine, alright. Yeah, I was thinking it would be where there could be, like, named themes, or named styles or something, but yeah, there is the actual dark mode one. I do forget that exists. Because not enough sites actually use that. I still run Dark Reader, so... So it is currently ripping... Rampage World Tour. That's it. Lena Heim, are you still here? Just out of curiosity. Did you solve your problem with the latest issue? While the hot dog stand is a standard included theme in a commercial product. Doesn't Firefox have proper reader mode? So, yes, but it's this. We just lost all theming for that. I don't know if disabling Dark Reader... It is disabled here. So, yeah, we just lost a bunch of stuff by going to that. So, I don't really use it. For those of you saying Dark Reader sucks, I'm not quite sure why. To me, it's better than all the other options. Do I have it off? Oh, I do have it off. Oh, that's way better. Unreadable websites. I mean, you can just go up into it and tweak it like that, and then only for this. So specifically for formatting to be lost. Well, I mean, I would like color formatting to be kept. I'll agree. There's sometimes I go to some websites like Soylent News. So this one, I would agree, looks pretty terrible. So this is an instance where I will do this And then bam, that makes it way better. So that, as an example. This is fine. Weird aliasing. Oh, well, I don't care about that. I mean, if I could figure out how to disable text aliasing, I probably would. Wow, it has taken forever for it to rip Rampage World Tour. Holy moly. Yeah, that is a big problem with stuff, Digital Ice Age for sure. Amazon in particular also looks horrible. I definitely blacklist Amazon from Dark Reader. Yeah, weird text aliasing and Linux are, you know, the hand thing. I mean, I guess that looks better zoomed in. From my view here, the title text in this tab looks terrible. No, I'm still going with it's terrible. Hold on. The H in the what isn't actually a solid color. This is two aliased gray pixels for the upright, for the H in what there. So there is no single white column of pixels there. So yeah, just terrible text aliasing is all over. Some sites you want a specific stylus theme. I stopped bothering with stylus because I can't be bothered. Because like every time it's like, oh, I gotta pick a new one. It is installed, but just, eh. All right, we ripped everything. I don't think it threw any big errors. So here we got, there were audio tracks. Really? I don't know what these are. It does have CD audio. How did I not know this? Is it the exact same track? Wait, that's brass. This one's organs. That's hilarious. Okay. That's not what I was hoping for, though. I want the character select music. That's what I want, that I know isn't. Also, why isn't that byte swapped? That's weird. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, this is a weird thing. So PlayStation discs are just ISO 9660. Or 7-zip supports whatever this is. No, VLC can't do it? All right. Overlay, noise. LCD. MPlay 2. That's the disk ID. Wow, I didn't realize it was that early. Seriously? Oh, 549. Okay. I don't know why there's a period there. Okay, well that's sweet. That was a cool one to rip. Okay, so that is mixed mode with CD audio. I didn't know it was CD audio, but good to know. Okay. So floppy for real. created the thing. It does not automatically try to decode to a FAT12. Godfather worked correctly. Okay. Lego, bin, queue, ISO, check. This is single mode disk. Man, that's so much logging now. Should not have any music brains. We have the final status output. We got no waves. Paris disk. You know what we didn't rip? We did not rip anything that has CDDB info. Let's do that really quick. Oh, just for Ben, so he can get it stuck in his head again. It's a CDR in there. But also the real disc. I'm not listening. You can't make me. You will enjoy it being 2005 again. Frog. You know what? Frong. There we go. Frong. It is an optical. Rip it with that group. Go. Oh, man. Look at it. It's the best. Yeah. You were looking for this disc? No. Although, actually, I ripped the Alertech driver disc last night again as a test, and it didn't work with the auto disc detection that we were messing around with yesterday, and it turns out CDRs show up as a completely different media type. I had no idea. Can't read what was written on the disc. It says, Crazy Frog CD-audio. And I have my doubts because it's only half burned, so I bet it's MP3s or something on it. So this did indeed get Music Brains info. I think we're about to fully qualify this, and we can accept the refactor of the OS run command. Because that was what we were primarily trying to validate here. We haven't tested DD disk, it's probably fine. We've tested everything here now. We haven't tested, well, actually I haven't implemented a feature into Greaseweasel yet. So we're good. We're gonna be good. As long as this works, we're good. It just needs to properly ID 3 tag. This doesn't even use OS run, but just to, like, you know, be sure. So this should start putting out the information. What about CDG? Not supported. What about insert weird multimedia CD that nothing uses? Doesn't work. This is not correct. Uh-oh. Guess we have to rip Crazy Frog again. Oh, wait. That worked? Oh, that did work. Okay. Intro, Axel F. Okay. That's fine. Popcorn's the best one, by the way. There we go. That's perfect right there. Gotta test spaces. Oh, you evil person, you're right. Oh, no. Fine. Fine, we'll test spaces. All right, here we go. Fingers hovers over the mute button just in case. I'm not going to play that and get DMCA'd. If I'm going to get DMCA'd, I'm going to earn it by playing my own music and having it be falsely copyrighted. All right, here we go. Ha! I played you for fools! It is a space disc. It is Pops in Space. There's a space in the title because it's called Pops in Space. I win. I didn't realize this was such an early CD. This is kind of sweet. I think this is from 1980? That doesn't sound right. I mean, look at this. Look at the, like, the Philips label. This is kind of awesome. I agree. It doesn't sound right. Thought you were going to grab Star Trek? I mean, it... Oh, actually, it only has Star Wars. I thought it had Star Trek. It's got Close Encounters, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Superman. It says recorded 1980. I don't know when the CD was produced. Well, look at the CD. Here, actually, let's just bring it up on Discogs. Maybe they know. Discogs 412884-2. Pops in Space. Oh, it's specifically John Williams? Okay, I guess that makes sense. 1980. Where's the CD? CD 85. Okay, that does make a lot more sense. No year listed for US CD, which is probably what this is. Although this does say program printed in West Germany, CDs manufactured in Hanover, West Germany. So it's probably this. Wait, reissue? Oh, well, because, yeah, it's not a CD itself, reissue. Okay. Okay, so 1985. It looks way too early for that for some reason. All right. Oh! Oh! Whoa! Fail! How? Weird. All right, well, I'm going to run this one back, and we are going to do the same thing, but with spaces in the name. That isn't just the, actual word space. So here we go. Pops, space, in space, space. Here we go. Moment of truth. Start rip. All right, let's look at this, because this is going to be where all of the sadness happens. It's one of the weird early CDs. It feels a bit heavy, and I have nice rounded edges. It might mess up the robot, yeah. Only examples I have of that are PDO. I'll feel the edges after. You're saying it feels like a Blu-ray? With the nice rounded edges? Not the ones that feel like someone used Tecmo's awful CD balancer on? Wii U discs. Well, Wii U discs are Blu-ray, aren't they? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm right. It just sounds insane. Wii U discs Blu-ray. I'm pretty sure. Not officially Blu-ray. Yeah. They're not quite Blu-ray. Yeah, it doesn't feel right, but they're kind of Blu-ray. They're just yeah. But anyway, that's why they feel like that. Sounds right. Haven't handled enough Blu-rays to notice, to be fair. All right. But you had handled enough Wii U discs, so when Paul Guy said that, you're like, oh, okay, got it. That makes sense. Never noticed the edges of CDs or DVDs feeling different? Yeah, they definitely do. DVDs don't feel good. Okay, we'll see. Does it eject properly this time? Then I'll see if the edges feel correct. PC Blu-ray drive that can read PS3 games. Ooh, that's super cool. They're purple, Ray? You shut up. You can't convince me. Wii U's not cool like that. What? Why? Okay, so it's not nice. Actually, I think I know why. Whoa. It's the opposite. It's way thinner than a normal disc. So it's Pops in Space on the left, and that's Crazy Frog on the right. Crazy Frog is obviously the superior disc here. Huh. What is Crazy Frog? An album of cover electronic music. Would it have fallen down when the arm moved back up? Probably, but it might have gotten like flipped upside down or something. Does it feel sharper? Yeah, I would say if anything, it feels sharper. It's kind of rough on the edges of it. It does not feel smooth around the edge at all. Like just rotating it, it feels bad. Oh, yeah, RF programmer. There's also, yeah, I should have, for those of you who don't know Crazy Frog, maybe don't Google it at work, actually. I don't know why, but don't Google it at work. I should say, I know why not to Google it at work. I don't know why they felt the need to do the thing for why you should not Google it at work. But this does not show anything like that as far as I'm aware. All right. Made in Europe by PDO or similar. Phonogram International Polygram in Hanover, West Germany. That's weird. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah, what are our outputs? That's right, the whole spaces in the file names. Let's look at this. Okay, here we go. So bin q appears to have worked. Flack appears to have worked. Dude, who picks the Princess Leia theme over the Vader theme if you're going with just Star Wars? Oh, Imperial March, there we go. Okay, I was like, okay. There is no ISO 9660. Logs are, yeah, whatever. Music Brains, that worked. Wave, that worked. I think we're good. I think spaces and file names is now supported. Ugh, now I just have to not screw that up. Here we go. One giant commit incoming. Now UTF and file names, never. Yeah, rich files. I kind that era was a thing. That era was interesting. What was I doing? Oh yeah, git commit dash am. You know what? Let's just real quick git status. Make sure there's nothing. Okay, that all looks good. Git commit. Think of all the countries that use a different alphabet. I mean, I'm not doing it in ASCII, but I'm like, well, actually, Hellcroft, it probably supports UTF and file names. I can't see why it wouldn't. There's nothing that's doing anything in ASCII in this program. So I think it would. Because, yeah, if I encode anything in this, I do encode or decode it in UTF-8. So, anyway, git commit spaces in file names now works. I don't want to say supported, but I'll say it works. Git push origin web. Okay. Dependencies may not support it. It's more like I don't want to. If I break it, I don't want like a whole bunch of bug fixes. No. What if you have track names with emojis? It might work. Oh my gosh, that had never occurred to me. I hope that you're only allowed ASCII in like CD text. Okay. Oh, I know what we need to do next. It's taken us a lot longer to get here than I thought. It is still currently possible to break this. So let's try and break it. Let's break it as an example, and then let's try and fix it. So where did I put that floppy disk that I was testing with? The 5 1/4 inch. Do you all remember where I put it? It's not there. Is it right here? There it is. Okay. Ugh. Floppy. Okay. So here's what I'm doing. Behind this box that you definitely can see behind, okay, I am putting this 5 1/4 inch disc in the 5 1/4 inch drive. Click. There is also a 3 1/2 inch disc in the 3 1/2 inch drive. The problem is that currently you are allowed to do this. Floppy, A, start rip. It's gonna start blinking down here. Yep. Floppy, B, start rip. All right. Floppy B should start blinking. Okay. Oh, they're not in sequence. I hate it. Okay, this is... I want to know how to make the CSS animations use a universal time now. How do I make them not like blink 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 blink? I'll have to do it in JavaScript, won't I? Because this is infuriating. Anyway, the problem with the floppies, both of these drives are connected on the same bus. But I can start both of them at once. And what's going to happen is one of them, drive B most likely because I clicked it last, maybe drive, I don't know, one of them will die. One of them will crash. And it looks like both of them may have. Yeah. So they crashed. Conversion, no worky, or GW, fail, possibly not connected. So I think what happened is they collided. So if I redo this, let's go, no, not over there. If we go back here, okay, and we do floppy B single, all right, single, got it, perfect, okay. It's going to start rip, okay. It'll ask us to put the floppy in, okay. We're going to tell it we did, so we'll click this, boom. We get our action update, and then it starts reading successfully. So we need to handle 2 disks being inserted on the same bus. Now, I talked about how we could do this before. And I'm thinking maybe, well, I'm not sure how I want to do this. Yeah, we're going to, no, I know how we're going to do it. So let's implement it. In the Grease Weasel controller, we're going to have this generate a file that will be the lock indicator. So it will say if this file exists, don't start any new rips, and then there will be a release where the file will be deleted, and then another drive will be able to check if the file exists. It'll see the file doesn't exist, and then it'll be able to go. So that's what we're going to do. And it has to be a file because processes are stupid. So def, excuse me, let's look at what we can do here. Split, vertical, I want to go back to the controller handler. So load, hold, callback. Do I want to use this? I don't think I do. This is only unique to the floppy, so we won't build this into a generic thing. Okay. Floppy, bus, check. Okay, so self, and then, oh, I think we're going to have to do the drive implementation here at the same time. That's annoying. Restart all animations to handler for animation start event. Ooh, if you can post that into Discord, I might actually implement that. I might also do a different option instead. That would be similar. That would probably still help. Okay. Here's the other problem about the Grease Weasel that I've been avoiding thinking about it, that I might want to. I didn't know you had a 210, Dziak. That's insane. I thought you just had the 55. Good grief. And thank you, Ben. That was the last one you're trying to sell? Ah. Okay. Anyway, here's what we need to do. For media, floppy, all right? So for drive, we're going to do a thing. We're going to start... room, yeah. Okay, let me go over this. Do you see this? Apparently, no. That's if that's the floppy video, no. I'm looking at the ID. No, I haven't seen it. When did it go live? It didn't go live during my stream, did it? 10 hours ago, so no. Okay. But I would have been asleep and then started the stream, so no. Okay. Anyway, let's look at this. So, the default way, or the way of specifying a floppy drive right now is just A. And that's a problem. So, what we need to do is this. Dev tty acm 0, and then maybe pipe, I think. Dash? You know what? Dash is probably fine. Let's do dash. Because I need to be able to specify the interface for the grease weasel. And not just this. And maybe we do something where if this doesn't exist, it doesn't put the other thing in. Yeah, so I was thinking about the colon, Ben, but there's a problem. Then it can't, it's not a, jeez, it's not anyway because of the slashes. I was wanting to make it file system compatible, but no, it's not at all. Not even a little, because of the path for the serial port. Colon is definitely convention. I guess it has to be that. I don't want a separate device field. No. No, it has to be this. Or does it? No, it has to be this. Yeah, I have a controller ID. Here's the problem. Drive is used in too many places. It has to be unique. No, it's going to be a dash. I'm not saying I'm, doing the smartest thing here, but let's just look at this really quick. That's not, no, this. So for all of the drive status indicators, I use the drive ID as part of their ID here. Can I even have a colon in the ID there? Is that acceptable? Maybe it is. I don't know. It feels like a bad idea. Yeah, don't worry about that one, Ben. Underscore is good. I'm using underscore here. Why are there 99 errors? You know what? I don't want to know. Let's just not worry about that for right now. Yeah, so this should be this. There. I could put the port here, but that doesn't work. So let me explain, Ben. In the code that handles drive job queuing, okay, I use the drive itself right here as a key. I don't want to change this, and it can't be hard-coded to support only the grease weasel. So the path to the grease weasel and the drive letter to access the drive on the grease weasel have to be included in this parameter. Because if it's only A, and you have two grease weasels plugged into the computer, the drive letters will collide. So this needs to be made unique somehow. And I might as well make it unique by having the user put in the path. Now, I'm also realizing we gotta figure out what the split character is. I'm currently leaning towards pipe right now. Let me explain why. So ls dev, okay, so it's this, but ls USB, no, how Is it, there's something by ID. It's not just disks, is it? Can I get a USB device by ID? Lock, drive, FD, disk, bus, USB. All right. Oh my gosh, that's a whole bunch of things. LS, USB. Okay, Grease Weasel is bus 5, device 2. Okay, so LS, dev, bus 5, 2. Is that the Grease Weasel? LS-LA. I don't know. But anyway, some of these are weird. So if we do ls-disk by ID, all right, and we look in here, the Robo Ripper, okay, has a colon in its file name. I just realized this morning, and it kind of made me want to puke. So there's actually a colon in the file name for the device ID for the Robo Ripper. So we shouldn't use the colon. That was one of the reasons why I was thinking that. We can't use underscore because of this. We can't use plus. We can't use dash. So I think it's going to have to be pipe. The bus and device numbers or the location on the bus. You want the ID codes. Yeah. How do I do that, though, for USB? Or it doesn't even matter, because serial, we're actually using the serial port, not the USB port. I don't know if there is anything like that for a serial. Pipes and names, what will they come up with next? Well, I mean, I'm doing that and using it as a separator. ASCII field separator characters just to make things incredibly inconvenient. Yeah, it's already going to be bad enough that people are going to have to really realize that there is a character called pipe. Comma's definitely out. I think it has to be pipe. I can't think of any other option than pipe. I think it is the safest delimiter. Question mark? Tab? No. It's not a path pre-breakfast, it's a delimiter. We're splitting the path to the serial, and then the serial port, and then the drive letter that we use as a parameter. HTML encoded format, yeah. Carriage return, that's terrifying. Use a string of delimiter. Okay, instead of asking for alternatives, does anyone have any objections to using pipe that are valid for a delimiter? How about space, now that everything's space compliant? I mean, wouldn't that mean that spaces would... No, absolutely not. It's not space compliant. You want to use space as a delimiter? What if they, like, symbolically link the Grease Weasel to a path that has a space in it? You realize I'm just going to do... in the Grease Weasel, in the floppy thing, I'm going to do drive, split, pipe, 1. You know that's what I'm going to do, right? Pipes will break CSS classes? Is that true? Because I don't know. It can't be additional parameters. How about no delimiter? First character is your drive letter, rest is your device. At. Ooh. I do kind of like that, actually. You know, Ben, you win. I like that. Split at 0. I think at is safe enough for a file system character. Can it not be aliased? I'm not sure what you mean by aliased. You mean this path? Because that can be aliased. So we would do a at that. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think that's good. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. Absolutely safe for the file system? Yeah. Or mail door would explode. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good with that. Hey, we just ran an LS USB. It wasn't that bad. Okay, so we'll split on at and use that. Device is now just going to be this, but split 1. And it's no longer going to be a configuration option. But we will do this if at in... I assume we can do that. Hold on real quick. Python 3 a at sup, okay, if at in print yes. Okay, that's what I thought. So if a path doodad thing is included, then we use this and we put it here and we do that, but then we don't split because that's actually a bad idea. Boom. Okay. That'll work. Okay. How about at? Is at safe in a CSS ID? Or, yeah, an HTML ID? Here's hoping. Okay. That should be good. Trying to think about any gotchas here. I think it's all good. Okay, so I need to remove device from there now. Okay. Let's just test that first. So we changed this to point to the path of the grease weasel. So let's close this, rerun it, make sure we can rip a disk at all to begin with. That's this one. Okay, floppy. A, B, hold on. What does this look like on the back end? Media drive, grease weasel. One moment. I'm not 100% sure how I did this. Let me look at this. Web, HTTP, home. Okay, I think I have script.js populate this. Let's look at this. Okay. Choose class names or alphanumeric. But what about IDs? How about IDs? Can those have it? That would be cool. Yeah, it's a monster DZAC. Oh my gosh, it's glass across the top. I don't like glass supports. Okay, what am I doing? Build options, group list, yes, okay. So, I think we're supposed to be able to get settings, JSON, yeah. So why is that not working? I know it's not working. That's completely fair, because that's not what I'm using. I need to edit this. A at dev tty acm 0. Boom. IDs are fine. They can contain anything you want except spaces. Wow, so the Mario Kart World website wasn't actually that horrible. That's crazy. I thought it was just working out of dumb luck. Okay. Now, the input pair, drive, select, grease weasel. Perfect. Now those are fine. Ooh, values can contain it too. Why is it dev dot? Because I'm dumb, that's why. Okay, got it. Okay, well, nope, almost did a dumb again. Let's fix that. Okay. I'm pretty sure this can be fixed live because it's loaded from a web page type thing. Control F5, maybe? No, because the settings are loaded on startup of this and then sent. Okay. Drive. Poor robots over there having to wiggle that little arm so much. Okay, so what Ben's saying is don't time travel and take this back and try and rip all the media then. It won't work, okay? We'll have to make a separate version for Internet Explorer 4. Okay, let's rip floppy a test path. I don't know, whatever. Oh, I didn't know I could press enter there. That would have saved me a lot of time. Please load into thing. Hold on, Control F5. Okay, it's flashing. Click, it's loaded. What about links? I mean, links should support HTML5. All right, it just went. It looks like that all worked correctly. Okay, perfect. Do we log the GW command? What on earth is this? Oh, I did actually do that. Okay. This was something path, test path, log GW args.json. I'm so smart. No, I don't want to. I'm not smart. Never mind. Discard. I'm opening it with LibreWriter. Cancel. No. Okay, but device, TTYMCA, whatever. It's there. It's fine. Okay, so that works. So, the next problem so I could use this to check if perfectly cromulent text editor, yeah. I could use this to check if it should try and access with the other drive or not, but I'm going to intentionally not do that because I'm trying to avoid putting dependencies on the web interface because it can technically run without the web interface. Unfortunately, I think I hard-coded a CD one in there. And the floppy one is definitely in there. So I'll have to restructure those, but I would like to avoid it in this case. So we are going to use the temp folder. So I'm going to go back to Media Reader, and I'm going to grab the example code for this. I'm going to take that real quick like. And then we're going to go back over to here, GW, floppy bus check. And we're going to paste this here. Okay. Now, this should get an ID or something, I think, for this. Controller type ID. I thought it gets a name. We do something with a name, right? Hold on, let me go back to this. Gosh, why is this 500 lines long? Let's see. Grip queue, drives. No, we want groups. Okay, so groups. So controller direct config. Okay. This will get the ID. All right. I don't remember what it's saved as. I can look at the settings JSON. It is ID, just plain. Okay. So then when we go to RIP, if the controller ID somewhere, drive controller, okay, controller drive, group drive something, where is it? Controller, hold on. Get a controller. So the drive has a controller assigned, okay. Controller ID in drive. Okay. So that should match that, not the type. Okay. So its controller should be unique to the ID given. And the controller ID... Hold on, we can look at the log, apparently. So... Oh, stupid Grease Weasel outputs a bajillion things. Okay, let's just rip a floppy again. Hold on. GW, controller, whatever. Just tell me what it is. Okay. Controller, Grease Weasel. That's not what I want. Controller type ID. Well, that's not ID. Drive. Okay, so that would be... It's not none. I think this would be the... I think it gets it set to ID? Okay, let's just print the ID. We'll just do that, because, blah. So we'll do floppy bus check, and then I'm just gonna return. And then, print F checking bus of self.id. I just want to make sure that this works correctly. You know what would help is if I called this function anywhere. Floppy. What do I want? Where do I want this? What am I doing? On load, okay. If controller is not none, then we do self controller floppy bus check. Okay. So we'll do that. So what'll happen is after it's ready to load, like I click the button, then it will call this. This will have a while loop that waits until the drive is free. And then it will release this, and then it will continue on to the actual rip after. For right now, this should just print out that the thing is ready. What do you mean, no such directory thing? There we go. Weird. Okay. Non-group. Okay, so it should wait for me to click the button. Click, and then has action. Then it'll do another slight delay. Okay, attribute handler floppy has no bus check. Because it should be controller! Grrr! Back. Enter. Please load. Okay, loaded. As action. And then controller GW has no attribute ID. Well, that's a problem. Hold on. Dude, this giant text is driving me crazy because I can't use the whole monitor already. Ugh. Self-config data. Wait, should it be config data ID? GW config data. So maybe it's self dot config data ID. Maybe this is what I want. Go. Okay. All right. And drum roll. Why? So Robo Racer, self-config data, and that gets set like it should be. Settings JSON, Robo Racer, this, okay, sure. You know, for giggles, during the initialize, print setting up type ID as config data ID. That should make this a much quicker turnaround for testing. Emergency stop. What? Why? Did that fail? Because ID wasn't there? Why? Why is ID not working? So the way this works is we go through media reader, control F, direct, config, okay? So we get the configuration for the controller. Settings, controllers, boom. For the controller manager, get controller, config type, we get the controller, okay? Based on the controller type, we then use the config that is for that controller, and we set it to it. So we use the direct config here, okay? So direct config, config data, okay, that's the incoming configuration data for key value and config data items. That's right, it's only if that key already exists. ID doesn't exist in these. Okay, we're just doing this. Hold on. Config handler. Oh my gosh, I can copy paste, I swear. Config name. You know, we'll just call it controller ID, whatever. Controller ID. To match against. Okay. I know how to spell. Okay. Controller ID. Okay. Then during media reader startup, after config direct, we do this, and then we set controller ID, boom, equals controller type equals ID. Okay, that should work. So controller ID, then in Greaseweasel, self, controller ID, boom. Where did the RoboRacer one go? We can just, whatever, that, I don't care. You know what? I can also copy and paste that there. Whatever, that's fine. Okay, let's run it, see what happens. Why is it broken? Because I didn't tab this. Checking bus of none. I want to cry. Controller ID. So this instantiates a new copy. I think, I hope at least. And then we should.
CHEER 100. Why is it broken? Coding on screen, of course not. End of line.
I swear it feels like a good idea to do programming on stream, but it also feels like every single time I attempt it, it just goes miserably. The problem is, this is what's stuck in my head right now. I can't get it out until it's done, but I also don't know what done is with this, so. But Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Config ID. Okay, hold on. Maybe that's not config and settings controller. Okay. Talk us through it. Where you're rubber ducky? Kind of. Yeah. It needs the ID for, I think it's really just, I'm messing something up somewhere. I don't know that rubber ducking is going to work its way or solve this. So there's the ID here, stacker. This is the user provided ID. When you set up the drives, all right, we set up RoboRacer. Controller ID stacker is actually your own custom name that you use to say that, hey, this drive here, dev SR2, gets controlled by this controller. This is the name of the controller class that you work with. And then this is the serial port that this device, or I should say this ID, works with. So all of that gets set. So I'm trying to make sure I can access this value when we instantiate an instance of the Greaseweasel class here. But so far I'm not able to, because I need the values that are associated with the Greaseweasel drives up here to be available, so that I can say, hey, I am drive A on this port, I use this ID, and then when this thing says I use this ID, but I see that this port is busy, so I'm going to wait. So they need to be able to access this and check an instance of the Grease Weasel object that has that to see, you know, floppy bus check if it's available. That's what I'm trying to do. But for some reason, I can't pass the control ID to this class. Software is genuinely a nightmare for this process interdependency thing. It's awful. So config ID, just for my own sanity here, we're going to do this. Print F string setting config controller type to config ID, kill that, restart, fail, why, no, it didn't fail, okay. Setting grease, rubber, okay, that, okay, and that, all right. Now, can I put this first and then put this here? Setting Robo Racer L. Okay, so that sets it. And then they have controller ID. But then when this runs, self controller ID, checking bus of, fails for some reason. Back, enter. Click. What had happened? Okay, hold on. Checking bus of... Oh, wait, it just worked. Dude, what? Okay. So it worked. Okay, fine. All right, we're good. I guess. Whatever. Ah! Duh! Okay, so disk rip. We're gonna call this GW. All right, and then we're gonna say controller ID. Boom, boom. Okay. Let's do. How do you do Python touch file? Okay, Python touch file. It seems like you're good. Yeah, I know, right? Just path, touch. Okay. It's already imported. That's delightful. Okay. Boom. Okay. Get rid of all of this. Okay. And actually, it goes here. Okay. Okay. Python file exists. Yeah, I know, right? Pre-breakfast, just like, ugh. Path is file. Okay, so, meh. I love how we use path to touch, but then OS path to, like, find if it's a file. Okay, if value is none, we do this, and we read this. like that. And also we put the quote mark there, okay? And then we return, wait, no, we have to hold here. Yeah. So while that sleep 3 time sleep 3, we are importing time. Okay. State, okay, if state is this, okay, so if state, if we're setting it to true, then we touch the file, and then if not, Python delete file. Why is it called unlink? That's stupid. I'm just using OS remove. I don't care. Okay. Else. Boom. Okay. Unix reasons. All right. So, here's what we do. Under floppy, okay, if controller is not none, all right, I'm just going to be real lazy here for a second. I'm going to steal this, steal that, okay, and I'm going to pull this out. Okay, so when we start to do a rip, lock drive bus, okay, we set this to true, and then unlock drive bus, we set this to false. Okay. And then also on init, we need to just delete the whole temp folder. I don't remember if we're doing that anywhere. PyDiscRip, hold on. Where do we delete? It's like os del dir os dot path exists watch. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay. If path exists, is it temp discrip? Or is it GW? Temp discrip. Just delete it. Boom. Okay. Except it should be like system-wide. Main. Doesn't really matter. Just do it there. Whatever. Clean up old temp data. Swarm, I don't know. I got an hour left on this still. You can have multiple hard links sharing the same inode. Deleting one of those names, not unlinking. That sounds awful. Okay. Okay, so that. All right. Let's start a floppy rip. Lock A, go. Lock B, which I will start after A starts. And you know what? I'm just going to real quick /tmp discrip. Okay. It did not make the thing. Why you no make thing? Cancel. Just die, whatever, grr. Okay, let's just delete. Why is there a log here? It's just goodbye. There we go. Okay, but why did it not work? Okay, floppy. Okay, if controller is not none, do this. Okay, floppy bus check, true. Let's look at this. GW, okay, state equals none. If state is none, we watch for that and hold, okay? If state is not none, if state, we make a thing, okay? Let's just do this. No, because, like, what? Setting, bus, state, this equals state, but then it doesn't actually make the folders or whatever. GW. Yeah, ensure should have run at least to make the folder. Why? Also, this is based off handler, so this doesn't have to be that. It can be self. And then we can have that. Go. Okay. Lock. A. Go. Aim floppy. Please load A. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Updating API. Updating drive status. Checking bus of GW1. Okay, so it did the check. Updating API. Reading drive status. It did not do the thing. If self-controller is not none, under RIP, it's like it is none. Else, print, controller is none. Was it this hazy this morning? I don't know. Did something on fire out there? I don't know. I wish I could get this to end more reasonably quickly. Oh, I definitely don't want it to be per process, Swarm. That's like literally the whole problem. That is exactly the issue. The only reason I'm doing this is because I can't share data between processes. I really don't understand why I didn't make the folder, though. Oh my gosh! Anyone else see the error? What are you trying to request? I don't even want to know. Whatever. Hardly read the code? Okay, I'm sorry. I really wish I had a better solution for it. DiskRip. PID is set. Okay. Floppy. It hasn't run check floppy yet. Okay, so it's fair, doesn't exist. It has action. Okay, it should check in a second. Okay. I didn't delete the output, so it instantly ran. That's on me. Okay, I'll do lock A2. Run that. Okay. It does have an action, but that action is the previous click. And I haven't explained this, okay? I feel so smart for how simple this is, okay? So the web interface stores an action, and it does it by storing it as a seconds since Unix epoch value. So it puts a number in this button, and it's whenever you last clicked the number. When it starts to wait for a response, it retrieves this number, and if this number is greater than the number from when this started, then it knows the button was clicked. So you can click this at any time you want. It'll always update that number, but the only time it matters is after this starts waiting. Anyway, so now it got a new action. It'll check the drive. Okay, we do not have a lock in here. Hold on. Controller is none. Why is controller is none? You do not mirror the code to a live editor so we can read it while you do coding? I have no idea. Why is controller none? Self-controller. Is the controller only valid here? I think it might be. That might be the problem. That's a big issue.
Napoleon Bonaparte subscribed with Prime. End of line.
Napoleon Bonaparte, thank you for the Prime sub and for the first time. I appreciate that. So we have a controller here, media handler. I guess I don't pass the controller here. That's what... Okay. This is solvable. We can do this. Hold on. No, we can make this work. Controller. Okay. Hold on. So, controller, blah, blah, controller. Okay. So, RIP, controller. Is that ever used there? No, that's the whole problem. Okay. So here, we set the controller, but I never set it in actual real RIP. That's what happened. Oh, well, okay. Problem found and now solved. Okay. That'll solve it. We're going to be good. So I'm going to let it finish. Okay, it's finished. You know what would help is if I used a floppy that wasn't so weird, because it wouldn't take as long to rip and then fail on this, but you know, whatever. Having it take forever will be good for the other tests though, because I won't have to worry about like concurrency issues, because it will definitely not happen at the same time. Okay, just waiting for it to finish, because it will leave orphaned processes in the background. And no, it's not done yet. It's still going, still green down here. Dude, this is saying how much more work there still is to do with this. Like, everything feels like a major milestone, but there's still so much. It's like, these are just the bare minimum things to make it functional. Because, like, we still need to get a webcam controllable with this so that we can take photos of media that is being processed. Like, that's a requirement. That's got to happen. Okay. There's apparently no temp folder. I changed the sorting order. No, there's no temp folder yet. Okay. Go back. You know what? I'm just going to delete the two outputs here. Lock. A. Go. All right. It will ask me to do this. Why do I not have PID states, though? F5, DiscRip. Why did it look like there were two DiscRips? Okay, it was fakery. Hold on. It didn't set it. Setting state of bus, GW1, 2, checking state of setting. Wait, why did it set the state to be false immediately after? Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. So many stupid pepcac errors over and over and over. Ah. Couldn't figure out why you did it, but then you figured out. I figured. Watch when you did the true false. So I didn't realize it was just setting the project directory right there. I thought we were ripping. So rip and return data. And then we actually, I didn't realize that this was in that. I literally did not even read what this function was. I just assumed that it was the last call. It was probably the rip. Thought for a second ripping didn't need the lock, just the setup for it. So, GW1, there it is. Okay, so now what we do, we go set up drive B with a rip, okay? We set that. Floppy B, it's now waiting, all right? I'm gonna click it, has action, updating. Okay, so this should now hold, checking bus of GW1. Okay, so that should now be stuck in this loop until the other drive finishes. Unfortunately, that is there. Floppy bus check, okay. Because it's in the rip state. This is a minor thing, but let's see. Rip auto. Should it be in load? Or should it be at the start of rip? Maybe we should set the state after. Yeah, I think I should set this state after. So this is a minor thing. Excuse, amble dot, find things by my face. Now I see what we're doing. Yes. So it does, okay. Apparently the whole locking thing wasn't obvious to people. So there are two drives connected to the grease weasel right now. A and B are both connected to one cable on this grease weasel. If I try to rip A and B at the same time, it will crash because it's the exact same floppy bus. If you're not aware, the floppy drive interface shares the same data access channels for all drives connected to that floppy controller. So even though the grease weasel's fancy modern thing, it's limited still by how the old floppy drives worked. So if we have more than one drive on the bus, we need to track that and make sure we don't try to read from more than one at once. So what we're doing now is it just started ripping drive B now, because it finished accessing it. So it is now simultaneously decoding the data from drive A, and it just started ripping drive B because the bus was free. So what I need to do here is set this to status 2. 2 is used to indicate blah, where is it? Control F, 2 space equals auto loading. Yes, so that's correct. So we'll do that. So 2, and then we'll set the warning text, whatever, waiting for bus to be free. Okay. So that'll make it yellow here instead of red flashing when we repeat this test. Okay. So I'm going to close this, we're going to repeat the test, and then it should work again. So hopefully that makes sense why I'm doing all of this now, because I have 2 floppy drives connected to the exact same bus. That's also why I needed to know the serial interface, because, you can set multiple grease weasels, and then in this case, you would set each one to like GW1, GW2, whatever. And this would make it so that you could have either multiple drives on one grease weasel or multiple grease weasels all supported. It's all going to work now with this. Oh, that was frustrating. And apparently my internet over here died. So that's cool. Let's see. Ate earlier, doesn't have a problem of yesterday if having extra food, space for eating. Floppy disk changer when? So I know some people have made them, but they're not available as commercial products. Also, why is this webcam so bright? It shouldn't be. I don't want to deal with it right now. Okay, so we're all good. I'm going to restart it. Yeah, everything is fine with that. Okay, restarting. I'm going to delete lock A and B. Boom. Let's redo lock A on drive A. This test is to make sure that it goes yellow instead of red flashing, just to indicate that. So start rip on A. A should start flashing red to let me know that I need to load it. Correct. Okay. Now we can start a rip on B. I'm going to wait until A actually finishes here just because I don't want to deal with more concurrency problems if I don't have to. Okay. Start rip. Okay. So it'll ask me to load drive B, so that'll flash. That's fine. I have it loaded. I can tell it it's loaded. And then it should switch to yellow in a second while it waits for the bus to clear. Perfect. Waiting for bus to be free. That's exactly what we want. Ah, okay. Is the end goal the ability to automate every part of the archiving process? Yes, as much as possible. So. The bus is full. Next bus, please. Yeah. All right. Well, while that's going, I'm going to restart the Pi. That way I can maybe have internet over here again. That would be cool. I'm glad that the grease weasel thing is working now. That was really bugging me, that it wasn't solved. Not even just today, like overall, it's like I knew that that was like a big problem that wasn't fixed. So having that is nice. I could now test having 2 drives on 2 grease weasels and specifying the serial paths. I don't want to right now. If you write floppy B, then A will it still work? I'm not sure what you mean, but you did just make me wonder about something that I might have screwed up. Okay, no, it is actually drive B. I'm not sure what you mean there. A and B are on the same bus. They share the data channels. The data channels are bidirectional. So it reads and writes on the exact same data channels. So you can't read to one and write to the other at the same time. All right, all tracks done, and it starts reading on the other. Start with B and then wait on A. We can do that. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, that should be fine. We can try it. No, it won't matter which floppy you access first. We're not writing, to be clear. We're only reading. Yeah, we can try that next. So A is done there. B is ripping. I'm going to go back. I'm going to set up A. A. Lock A. Actually, well, let's set up B. Set up B. Lock B. Alt. All right. I'm also going to do, you know what? I was going to set up track skips, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. I don't want to deal with it. Unless... Oh, it's already there. Okay. Let's do step equal 4 and C through 19. So we're going to read 1/4 as many tracks as normal. That way it goes a little quicker. Because the whole waiting part here is kind of annoying. It needs to take some time so I can actually catch it doing this, but yeah. Ooh. I just... I wonder what happens if you queue an A and a B and you put both disks in and you click them both at once. I think I get a yell at you for obviously doing something stupid, is what it is. But that might cause a concurrency issue. Because the check is here, not right before. Should we put this in the RIP? Maybe? Maybe we should move this up, up here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna move this right here. Okay. Oh, actually, no, I don't want that there. Okay, never mind. You know what? I don't know. We'll just leave that as is. Okay. Let's start a rip on floppy B, and then we will start a rip on floppy A, just to test it the other direction. I think it should work. I can't see a reason why it wouldn't, but it's not a bad thing to test. So B first, go back, set up drive A, set it to A alt. All right, I'm gonna tell it there's a disk in drive B here. I'm gonna wait for it to start, and then I'm gonna set up drive A. Okay, it has started. So I'm going to start a drive A rip. A should start flashing, correct. Now I'll tell it disk is loaded. And then it should go into hold, turning yellow, and wait. Perfect. Yep. Audio's a bit odd. Is it like staticky things that are happening? Oh, that goes so much faster. We only rip 1/4 of the tracks. So yeah, there, it switched from B to A normally, as it should. B is now completely done. A is accessing the bus. And just to double check, if we go DiscRip, GW, GW1 is marked as active. And once it finishes, that file should be deleted. Occasional clicks, one channel dropping out for a second. One channel dropping out is really weird. I don't know why that would happen. Because it's all... Like, my mic is mono. Once it comes from the camera as stereo, that's it. It's stereo from there. And that's all HDMI digital stuff, so there's nothing analog for the mic to happen to. But all right, there we go, yeah. Heard you ping-ponging from one speaker to the other a couple of times. Literally, I don't know how that could happen. What? Have I ever tried writing my own floppy profiles? Disk A here is my own, yes. That's my own cursed abomination. I made a zone bit recording PC disk there. You have clicks. Okay, so here's the thing. It is mono from my mic pack into my Tascam DR701D, where it then becomes stereo. So it would have to be a hardware failure of the Tascam DR701D to have the audio change. Because it's completely digital stereo after that. There is nothing analog happening anywhere. How does interleaving work for a GW? So you go here and you set well, the disk defs here. Hold on, I'll just bring up a page. Actually, you know what? It might be more fun. Let's just try this. HP 9836C. Somebody gets top billing. So if we go to the 82901 here, this is the disk def for this HP drive. So interleave is just set as a single parameter in the disk def for Greaseweasel for that. So I wonder if you can make arbitrary flux patterns with that software. Not easily. So you're talking about the flux cat image floppy. Why do I, what this stupid tech tangents guy? This. Are you talking about doing this? Yes, I'm a human, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you're talking about doing this? I don't think you can do this. Well, actually, let me put it this way. No, you can't do this. Because Greaseweasel doesn't synthesize data. This is synthesized data. So if you used another program to generate like cryoflux raw tracks in the correct timing on the ratios, I mean, you could do it, but Greaseweasel would not be doing it. There's nothing for Greaseweasel to do with that. This is all about generating the flux data. And then in this case, they use HXC or applesauce to visualize it. So Greaseweasel doesn't synthesize data. It can't do that. Would it show if you put one of those magnetic sensitive sheets over it? I wouldn't think so, because those sheets are usually like really large grain size. I think it would just be fuzz. Okay. We need to commit this. Git status. Git. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff modified. Git diff. Hold on. Okay, yeah, that should be like that. That should be there. Checking bus of, you know what, I feel like we don't need as much debug printouts, because I get actually pretty tired of looking at them when we run it normally. Okay, controller ID does get set. Def floppy bus check, that all needs to be there. We got rid of the device option from the configuration parameters. We are splitting the device out with the thing. We specify a device if it's there. If no device is specified, technically, if you have a single grease weasel, you can use drive A and it should work. I haven't tested it yet, but that should work. When do we use them to convince them to use type annotations? I have no idea what that is. So the better question is there a reference that explains what the interleave number actually means in a grease weasel profile? How does it affect sector numbering? So let's just open this flux in HXC. Also, you can go watch my video about floppy disk imaging and it'll tell you all this, but I'll just give you this so you can have a feel for it right now. So when you drop flux data in HXC, we're going to open the track analyzer here. My stream looks terrible because it's just like that, unfortunately. Sorry. It's really bad. So on the right, you'll see that there is a sector ID. That sector ID is the number for that sector in the rotation. But that sector ID can skip one. My videos are great, thank you, I appreciate that. But the videos look good because they're recorded locally. So I stream from my office, which is a dedicated rental space, to my home so that I can split it to restream it to two places. I can't technically say where those two places are. Well, I can say one of them is Twitch. The other one is not Twitch. And my internet options at the office suck, so the bandwidth is really low. So that's why the video quality is like that, unfortunately. And the bandwidth being really low also means I can't dual stream from here. So yeah, the video quality is, I'm hoping to get fiber soon, knock on particle board. But yeah, when it'll take getting fiber. So no, AV1 doesn't work because of resizable bar or something, I don't know. Anyway, the sectors can be in a different order. So you could have sector 1, let's say down here, we have sector 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? If we had an interleave of 2, this would be sector 1, this would be sector 2, then we go all the way around, this would be sector 3, and then this would be sector 4. The reason you would do that is if your computer reads in the data as you're going across, but then it processes it really slowly, so you end up waiting the amount of time it would take to pass over this sector, and then let's say right about here as the head is passing over the disk, the computer's ready to receive more data. This being sector 2 then actually saves you time, because if you were this far over the disk, you would have to go all the way around back to here to get to sector 2 again to read it. The clicks and stereo weirdness appear to be correlated. First the click, then a bit of stereo weirdness. Dude, I have no idea, man. Literally no clue how that could happen. I don't know. The only thing I could do is like point the other camera at the VU meters over here on the monitor and see if it happens in the office or not. Because, like, I don't know what to tell you. Because it can't be the mic. The mic is mono and then split to 2 channels. Anyway, so that sector interleave is for adding delays between reading sectors to try and increase the processing speed if your computer is slow. And you have to skip sectors to be able to read it. And internet has died over here. Cool. Let me go restart the Pi again. It makes sense, except the thing, the sector pattern appears to be alternating interleaves 13, 26, 11, 24. So your interleave could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you might be you skip 1 and then it's there, or you could be you skip like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the pattern can be weird. Basically, figure out how many spaces there are between 1 and 2, and that's your interleave. It's never going to be random. But you'll need to figure out what it is. Maybe it's headphones, speakers, coming partially unplugged. It's, so far, Ben and Paul Guy have said that they've experienced the issue. So I don't know. It seems like it alternates between two values. I mean, it can't, the sectors have to have unique values. Oh, I mean, are you saying between tracks the sector interleave changes? I mean, theoretically that could happen. I've never seen it in person, but yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Now you got me looking at the VU meter over there while I'm talking to try and see if it like splits, you know, and only one shows up or something. I don't know how it would work elsewise. I guess there's one thing I could do. I could make the Blackmagic input mono. And then you could tell me if making that mono fixes it. Because then it would be on the server side. You haven't experienced the audio issue on your phone? Are you listening with stereo headphones where you'd be able to tell? Or the speakers built into the phone where it might be a little more difficult? Within the same track, the interleave alternates between 12 and 14 sectors. Then I think you don't have the right numbers. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Here, send me you have the flux data read, I assume? If you want to send me flux data over Discord, I'll look at it. I'll try and figure it out for you. But so far I'm not following. Okay, I can get rid of the controller as none. Just to make this not as dumb. We don't need that. Okay, everything there looks good. Okay, we'll commit this. I should save that so it actually gets committed. Git, commit, -am, hold on, let's be a little bit more descriptive. This is actually kind of a big one. Grease Weasel, drive parameter now includes serial path, GW's lock access to same bus to prevent collision. Git push origin web. Okay. I feel like I shouldn't start another big fix on this, so yeah. Is there a smaller thing I could test? I don't know. I don't know what even could be causing a click. I mean, the microphone kind of sucks, so I don't know. It could be that. The battery's low on the battery bank that I'm using, but it shouldn't be like direct voltage output correlated to the battery voltage, so I don't know. Let's see. What could I do? What's on like a short list of something? I feel like it's all big features that need to be added. So I don't know if there's anything small I could do. Recharge the battery so don't get another noise burst. That's not how it works anymore. I added the pilot tone or whatever. And that does a thing. It prevents it from going super loud. So yeah, I could unplug the mic right now and you wouldn't hear anything. I mean, you might hear like a pop, but it won't be the super loud noise. And just trying to open that link, Ben, killed my internet. So you just paste that in Discord and then later I'll look at it. And I don't know. That was bad, yes. Have you checked the inside of the CD robot? Since it was unpleasant on the outside, probably needs a clean. We're just gonna hope it doesn't. Nah. I don't think it's gonna be that complicated inside. Oh, there is one thing I haven't done with the CD robot. You know what? Let's do that. It's a really, really low bar, but I've never done it. Let's open QtCom again. Is it system? QtCom. Okay, make sure that this is killed. Okay, QtCom. Open serial device. Okay, now we're gonna go to the disk robot. Drop disk. I haven't actually run this command and looked at what it does. So let's see what it does when it drops a disk. So inside of it, there is this white thing here, and I'm guessing it extends out, but I haven't seen it. So let's look at what it does to push a disk. Actually, I'm guessing the white thing maybe stays there. I don't know. There's somehow it drops a disk. I don't know what it looks like. So let's see it. That's it? So, okay, there's a white thing up front that also pokes out. You can't really see it. Yeah, you can kind of right there. So the white one pokes out, so I guess that shifts the disk back. There's a lip right here. You can see it right there. That catches the disk on top, so it pushes it back, and then that disk is allowed to fall. So there's actually kind of two tubes. Up here is slightly shifted forward, so it pushes that one disk back, which lets it fall into the tube below. Okay, well now I know how that works. And to answer everyone's questions all at once, why does it look like X kitchen appliance? Because kitchen appliances all look like plastic garbage. That's why. Dude, look at it. It's the best thing ever. All right, let me look at this. So it's an SCP file. Okay, that'll make it easy enough to open. All right. Boom. Track analyzer. Okay. Let's see this. So I'm going to go to track view here. I'm going to open or show this. Okay, so here is the image that Taters Games is looking at. All right. How many disks does it hold? 100, technically, maybe more if you put longer dowels in it, but the weight would start to apply friction to that thing at the bottom, which would make it more difficult. So there's going to be a practical limit in that way, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. So we're going to go track view here. So this is one rev. So we can scroll over here. We have... Is it 6 revs of data? All right, so let's just look at one. So we have sector 26, 1, 2, interesting. So you start at a weird number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So you don't have sector 0. Okay. 6 revs per track. Okay. And then we go to track 2 or track 1. All right. We single-sided. Okay. Then we are 13, 26, 11, 24. Yeah, so we got a big skew or sector offset here. 26, 11. Okay, so let's ignore the first one for right now because it's weird on the other end, on the other one. So 26 to 11, or let's go low to high. So 11 to 24. So that would be a sector ordering of 13. So let's skip 24, 9. So it should be 22. 22. Okay. So let's just start. This is going to be a pain in the butt to demonstrate, but if we start here, 11, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, here, okay, 11, 10. Wait, what? 11, 12. Or did I miscount? No, it's 26, 11. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, maybe it would be 12. Or did I... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, gets to 12. So then the 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But then that is 13. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is 1. No, it's 16. Wait, what? 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's sector 1. So I think your answer lies in track 1 and track 0. Why is this first? Why is track 26 first? What's going on with that? That's not how it works, though. Boot sector should just be track 1, or sector 1. What system is this? Do you know, Taters? It sounds like you do. Well, I guess it's Avatar system based on the file name, actually. What is... Intel... MDS system. Well, that's super cool. Avatars. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. So we're looking at something like this. I love every single time someone says, these could be argued to be the first personal computers. It's so great. Nothing is the first personal computer. It's just not how it worked. It was too obvious and too universal. Everyone did it. Yeah, so I'm guessing you have a Series 2 or something like that. Maybe. Okay. So that's, yeah, it's going to be a little weirder and more difficult to find information on, that's for sure. And being so raw, I could see why you would say it uses direct DMA booting like that. Well, Samuel Flint, officially, a TRS-80 Model 1 never supported double density or MFM, and they would use FM only. You would get something like a Percom disk doubler to put in there, and then that would allow you to use an FM track to boot, and then MFM after that for more capacity. That wasn't an official Radio Shack thing, though. At least I don't think it was, ever. I've never seen an official one. Yeah, I kind of get that, Taters Games. Okay. That's a weird one. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. It seems like once you break the sector or the track index barrier, it breaks your interleave. Like, let's try that. So 13, 1, no, well, let's skip that. Let's assume our breakpoint is after sector 1. So we're at sector 26, well, that's the end. So that doesn't work. Let's go 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 26. But 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 goes to 1. Where's 1 go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to 2. So 13 breaks. Where is track 14? Right there. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's correct. It's like Sector 1 is out of place. That's I think that's more what it is. I've never seen anything like that. But it doesn't make sense. So this is 26? Where's 25? 25, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there has to be one more spot in here that's incorrect. I don't know. This is weird. So is this sector order the same on all the other tracks? So 13 is first. 26 is first. Then not... Wait, what? 26. 11. 13, 26. So it changes. No, it's not the same. Because that's 8, 21. Nope, it's not the same. $11, 24, 18, 1. I think your interleave is changing too. 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interleave of 6 on track 27. You win most cursed floppy Taters games. This is worse somehow than the one I made with zone bit recording. This is truly disturbing. If this was double-sided, you could also potentially have the fun of like the K-Pro 4, where the sectors actually continue from one side to the other. Thank God you don't have that on here and it's single-sided, because this is just terrible. Tyler, I actually do want one of these. I've wanted one beforehand. I have the book that these were announced in, or at least detailed in, the 1978 Intel data book for computer stuff. It's already scanned on archive.org, and go look at it. It's really cool. One of these is on the cover. I don't know how you define this as a Greaseweasel profile or disk def. Personally, what I would do, I would just export this in HXC here to a binary file. It'll look at the sector IDs and just put them out in the right order. That's what I would do. I don't know how you handle this. This is a nightmare. I don't know if there's a way in the Greaseweasel software where you can just tell it, use the sector headers. Yeah, that's super weird. I don't know how to handle that. Which is what I've done. Problem is that you want to write one of these. Yeah. I could see that maybe being slightly difficult. So your decoded binary file, are you editing that with like CPM tools or something and that works normally? And now you want to put it back. Is that what you're trying to do? Because I think what Ben was asking for is your best hope, where you need to be able to manually define, just trying to create backups. Well, you could write the flux back. That's possible. Greaseweasel will allow you to write flux back to a disk, so you could duplicate the disk that way. That's easy enough. I can't easily click that link here. One moment. Least different interleaves from track to track is easy enough to represent. Discontinuity and interleaving is trickier. Yeah, we can do it. We tried writing back the flux and it's not working. That's weird. Yeah, hard sectored is a good question, actually. That could explain a lot of things. Yeah, it could very well be hard sectored. It's not hard sectored. The original disc is good. I'm wondering, yeah, it's got to be doing something weird. I think it's doing something weird. I don't know. I don't know. Here, Tater, do you know exactly what the drives are that are in it? I would look that up. I gotta end stream here. Yeah, actually, a second example would be really cool to see if the sector order is the same track to track between the two discs. It's just a SA800? Are you kidding? I was expecting something weird. Like a Percom or something. Oh my gosh. I don't even... Easily most cursed floppy. I got no idea. No clue. That system is doing something awful to those floppy disks as it's using them. I don't... We need to call Shugart and apologize that someone made this and abused their floppy disks in such a disrespectful way. That doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, I gotta run the outro here. All right. Yeah, you can send me more rips. You might want to also put them in like one of the actual Discord channels on my server. People there may be able to help you. Maybe also ask about it in the, I don't know, it's the RTC forums Discord server. Would they be? I can't think of a good place to go just ask about floppies. If anyone knows one, yeah, feel free to recommend them here, because outside of me, I don't know who else to ask. Looking forward to the MakerBot print next week. That ain't happening. Usagi's channel, there are definitely some smart people there. Yeah, that might be a good place to post, for sure. But yeah, thanks for streaming. See you next weekend. Yep, hopefully armed with like an extra arm on a CD robot. We'll see. Because here's what, yeah, you know what? Let's Tater, you really threw curveball there. But yeah, all right. That's it for today's stream. Next week, we will take a look at the big boy CD robot. I promise, I won't work on that off stream, mostly because it's gonna suck. We're gonna have to hook it up to like a Windows XP computer or something, and we're gonna have to, or like a VM, we're gonna have to pass through USB, we're gonna have to like reverse engineer what the commands are, because I don't think they're documented anywhere. So, yeah. I will open the box and look it over and see if it like works or stuff, but I'm not gonna try and add it to the software yet. So, yeah, because it's gonna be a pain in the butt. So, all right, that is going to be it for today, though. So, yeah, we made really good progress on the software. We got a lot of the features implemented now that it really needed. From here, I think I'm going to start trying to tie the web pages together and maybe make a cohesive interface. Oh, I do need to get the queue working. That's a thing for sure. Thanks for help so far. No problem. But what little help? I just told you, no, you're not crazy. This floppy is. That's basically all I told you. But yeah, at least you validated you're not going insane. Exactly. Anyway, that's it for today. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that is it for now, and I will see you next time. printer button.